Hari Nanda Jai हरि सही गोष्ठी हरि श्री गौर हरि सही गोष्ठी हरि नंद गिरिवरधारी बलदेव शाह सखा वैसे बलदेव शाह सखा वैसे भज ललिता कृष्ण यदि सुकुता शाकादी भाजी ललिता कृष्ण डाली डाला दूध तुम्ही दधी मचा रुचि चीनी सार पुली लड्डू रसावली भोजन करेन कृष्ण हये रुचि चीनी सार पुली लड्डू रसावली भोजन करेन कृष्ण हये भजन भज भगत श्री गौर हरि सही गोष्ठी हरि गौर हरि सही गोष्ठी हरि नंद श्याम कीर्ति हरि भज भगत रधिकर पक्कयन्न विविध व्यंजन रधिकर पक्कयन्न विविध व्यंजन परमानंदे कृष्ण करेन भजन परमानंदे कृष्ण करेन भजन भजन जहि गोष्ठी हरि गौर हरि जहि गोष्ठी हरि भजनन्ते प्रिय कृष्ण भजनन्ते प्रिय कृष्ण सुभाषित बारी बलदेव सह सखा वैशे भजनन्ते प्रिय कृष्ण सुभाषित बारी बलदेव सखा वैसे
रमन हरि गोविंद जय रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमन हरि गोविंद गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय गोविंद जय 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 गोपाल जय जय राम रमण हरि गोविंद गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राम रमण हरि गोविंद गोविंद जय जय राधा रमण हरि गोविंद गोविंद जय जय राधा रमण हरि गोविंद
भव महादावाग्निपापनम् व्यक्तैरवसंवृतात् एतदर्पणमार्चनम् भव महादावाग्निपापनम् कैरवचन्द्रिकावितरणम् विद्यावधूजीवनम् कैरवाचन्द्रिकावितरणम् विद्यावधूजीवनम् एतदर्पणमार्जनम् भव महादावाग्निपापनम् कैरवचन्द्रिकावितरणम् विद्यावधूजीवनम् आनन्दाम्बुधिवर्धनम् प्रतिपदम् पूर्णामृतास्वादनम् परं विजयते श्रीकृष्णसङ्कीर्तनम् आनन्दाम्बुधिवर्धनम् प्रतिपदम् पूर्णामृतास्वादनम् सर्वात्मसपनम् परं विजयते श्रीकृष्णसङ्कीर्तनम् परं विजयते श्रीकृष्णसङ्कीर्तनम् एतदर्पणमार्जनम् भव महादावाग्निपापनम् कैरवचन्द्रिकावितरणम् आनन्दामृतवर्धनम् प्रतिपदम् पूर्णामृतसाधनम् सर्वात्मजपनम् परं विजयति श्रीकृष्णसङ्कीर्तनम्। राम नामकारी बहुधा निज सर्वशक्ति तत्रार्पिता नियमित स्मरणेन कालम् एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन् ममापि राम नामकारी बहुधा निज सर्वशक्ति तत्रार्पिता नियमित स्मरणेन कालम् एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन् ममापि दुर्दैवैर्दृशमिहा जनीनानुरागम् एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन् ममापि एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन् ममापि एतदर्पणमार्जनम् भवमहादावाग्निर्वापनम् कैरवचन्द्रकावितरणम् विद्याबुधूजीवनम् आनन्दामृतवर्धनम् प्रतिपदम् पूर्णामृतसाधनम् परं विजयते करोरपि सहीष्णा मानेन मानवेन कीर्तनेन सदाहरि लीनादपि समीचीन करोरपि सहिष्णुना अमानिन मानवेन कीर्तनीया सदा हरि ऐनन्दतनया न धनं न जनं न सुन्दरीं कवितामव जगती सखामयी न धनं न जनं न सुन्दरीं कवितामव जगती सखामयी मम जन्मनि जन्मनि शरे भवतात् भक्ति मम जन्मनि जन्मनि शरे भवतात् भक्ति एकदर्शनमार्जनम् भवमहादावाविनुत्पापनम् श्रेयकैरवचन्दितावितरणम् विद्यावधूजीवनम् आनन्दामदीवर्धनम् प्रतिपदम् पूर्णामृतास्वादनम् सर्वात्मसकणम् परम् विजयते श्रीकृष्णसंकीर्तनम् एकदर्शनमार्जनम् ऐनन्दतनया पतितं किङ्करं मां भीषमे भवाम्बुधौ ऐनन्दतनया पतितं किङ्करं मां भीषमे भवाम्बुधौ कृपया तव पादपङ्कजस्थितः धूलिसदृशं विचिन्तया ऐनन्दतनया पतितं किङ्करं मां भीषमे भवाम्बुधौ कृपया तव पादपङ्कजस्थितो धूलिसदृशं विचिन्तया एकदर्शनमार्जनम् शरणं विद्यामधुजीवनम् एतदर्पणमार्जनम् नयनं गलगद्धारया वदनं गदगदैर्गिरा पुलकैर्निकृतं बपू वदा तव नाम ग्रहणे भविष्यति नयनं गलगद्धारया वदनं गदगदैर्गिरा पुलकैर्निकृतं बपू तदा तव नाम ग्रहणे भविष्यति रूपायितनिमिषेण चक्षुषा प्राविशायितम् सुन्नायितं जगत्सर्वम् सुन्नायितं जगत्सर्वम् गोविन्द विरहे नमे युगायतननिमिषेण चक्षुषा प्राविशायितम् सुन्नायितं जगत्सर्वम् सुन्नायितं जगत्सर्वम् पतितं करमां बीजमे भवामृतम् दीपया तव पादपङ्कजस्थितम् यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरि हराय नमः कृष्ण यादवाय यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरि हराय नमः कृष्ण यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीन मदन मोहन हरि हराय नमः कृष्ण यादवाय नमः हरि हराय नमः कृष्ण यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय यादवाय गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीन मदन मोहन गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीन मदन मोहन हरि हराय नमः कृष्ण यादवाय गोपाल यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरिहराय नमः यादवाय नमः गोपाल गोविंद राम यादवाय नमः गोपाल भक्त राधा कृष्ण नित्य लीला करिला प्रसाद गोसाई जपे हृदय कैलवा राधा कृष्ण नित्य लीला करिला प्रसाद गोसाई भक्त सने जनमे जनमे माला भक्त सने जनमे हरिहराय नमः रामाय नमः तदेव सदा
श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुन् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवम् सात्वैकं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्ण पादान् सहगण ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती नामिनी श्री वार्षभानवी देवी दयिताय कृपाब्धये कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः। माधुर्योज्ज्वल प्रेमाढ्य श्रीरूपानुभक्ति श्री गौर करुणाशक्ति विग्रहाय नमस्ते। नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणी रूपानुगतिर्व्याप सिद्धान्त धन्तहारिणी नमः गौरकिशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलम्भरसाम्बुधि पादाम्बुजाय श्री नमः। नमो भक्ति विनोदाय सच्चिदानन्दनामिने गौरशक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानुगबरायति गौरयाविर्भावभूमिष्ठं निर्देश सज्जन प्रिया वैष्णवा सार्वभौम श्री जगन्नाथाय नमः। वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो महावदान्नाय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामिने गौरातिथे नमः। पंचतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्त्यावतारं भक्त्याख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकम्। हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कंच राधा कंच नमस्तुते। जयतां श्रुतौपङ्ग मम मन्दमते गते मत्करवक्षपदाम्भोजो राधामदन मोहन विद्वद्वृन्दारण्य कल्पद्रुमाधव श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थौ श्री राधा शील गोविंद देवौ प्रसादिभिषेव्यमानं स्मरामि। श्रीमानरासरसारम्भी बंशीबटतटास्थितः कर्षणवेणोत्सनं गोपी गोपीनाथ कृष्ण सप्तकाञ्चन गौराङ्गी राधे वृन्दावनेशनी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Etadarbanamarjanam Bhavamahadavagni Nirmanam Etadarbanamarjanam Bhavamahadavagni Nirmanam Etadarbanamarjanam Bhavamahadavagni करोरपि भावचंद्रिका वितरणम विद्यावती आनंदामृतवर्धनम प्रतिपदम पूर्णामिमासादनम आनंदामृतवर्धनम प्रतिपदम पूर्णामिमासादनम सर्वात्मसफलम
झूले नित्य लीला तारे पूरे भक्ति अधिकारी गौरांग गुणेते झूरे नित्य लीला तारे सुरे से जन भक्ति अधिकारी गौरांग मेरा दुटी पद गौरांग मेरा दुटी पदा जार धन संपद जार धन संपद से जने भक्ति रस सार गौरांगेर मधुर लीला जार करने प्रवेश हृदय निर्मल भेदाय गौरांगेर मधुर लीला जार करने प्रवेश हृदय निर्मल भेदाय जे गौरंग जय नमनाय हर है प्रेमोदय जे गौरंग नमनाय हर है प्रेमोदय तारे मुई जाई बली हरे गौरांग गुणते झूरे नित्य लीला तारे सुरे गौरांग नामेते झूरे नित्य लीला तारे सुरे गौरांग नामेते झूरे नित्य लीला तारे से जन भक्ति लगे हरि से जन भक्ति लगे गौरांगे दुटी पद जार धन संपद जने भक्ति रस सार गौरांगेर मधुर लीला जार करने प्रवेश हृदय निर्मल भेदाय गौरांगेर संगीताने नित्य चित्त बले माने गौरांगेर संगीताने नित्य चित्त बले माने हे ब्रजनंदन गौरांगेर सिद्ध बने माने गौरांगे रसंगे गाने नित्य सिद्ध बने माने से जाए ब्रजनंदन पाए से जाए ब्रजनंदन पाए गौरमंडल भूमि जे जाने चिंता गौरमंडल भूमि जे जाने चिंता मणि हर हमें ब्रज भूमि तार है ब्रज भूमि गौरांगे दुति पद यार धन संपद से जाने भक्ति रसन गौरांगेर मधुर लीला जार कन्ने प्रवेश हृदय मन भेद गौरांगेर मधुर लीला जार कन्ने गौरांगे दुति पदा जार धन संपद सृजने भक्ति रस गौरांग नमी गौर प्रेम रसार्णवी सीतारंगे जीव डूबे 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 माधवयंतरंग राधा माधव अंतरंग गृहे बाबनेते थाके गृहे बाबनेते थाके गौरंग बोले डाके बाबनेते थाके गौरंग बोले डाके गृहे बाबनेते थाके गौरंग बोले डाके नरोत्तम मागे कार संग नरोत्तम जार करने प्रवेशीन गौरांगे नमधूमिन जार करने प्रवेशीन विधांगनी मन भेदतम जे गौ मनाए कार हाय गौरंग गुणत झुरे नित्य लीला तरे गौरंग गुणत झुरे नित्य लीला तरे भक्ति से जना भक्ति गौरंगे दुखी पद गौर प्रभु प्रभु न गोरा प्रभु न भजिय प्रेम रतन धन हराय गोरा प्रभु न भजिया मैंने प्रभु ना भजिया मैंने हमी गोरा पह ना भजिया मैंने मोरा तन धन राय हरई भजिया मैनु আমি গোরা পহ না ভজিয়া मैनु আমি গোরা প্রভু না ভজিয়া मैनु प्रेम मनसुम गोरा प्रभु ना भजिया मैनु धन राज प्रेम रतन धन हलाए प्रेम रतन धन हलाए गोरा पह ना भजिया मैंने गोरा पह ना भजिया मैंने प्रेम रतन धन राय प्रेम रतन धन राय गोरा पह ना भजिया धने जतना करी धन धने जातन करी धन अपन रामद से अपनी अपन का रामद से अपनी गोरा पह ना भजिया मैंने गोरा पह ना भजिया मैंने भजिया मैनु अधाने जतन करी धन त्यागी अधने जतन करी धन त्यागी अपन करम से अपने डूबिन यामे अपन राम पद से अपने डूबिन गौरव न भजिया मैनु गौरव सत संग छारी कैन असते बिलास यामे सतसंग छारी कैन असते बिलास ते करने लग लमा कर्म बंधन पास सतसंग छारी कैन असते बिलास सतसंग छारी कैन असते बिलास सतसंग छारी कैन असते बिलास ते करने लगी नमा कर्म बंधन पास विषाये विषममति सतत खाई गौर कीर्तन रास मगन नाइन गौर कीर्तन रसे मगन होइन गौरा प्रभु न भजिया मैन आमी गौरा प्रभु न भजिया मैन धन अपने खोइन प्रेम रतन धन हिलाए रही गोरा पह ना भोजी मैने गोरा पह प्रेम रतन धन हिलाए रहीन रामी प्रेम रतन धन हिलाए रहीन गोरा पह मैन केन बया छे प्राण यीशु काल गीना केन बया छे प्राण কেন বায়া ছয়ে প্রাণ কিছু খলগি না রক্তম দাস কেন না জন্ম দিয়া নরতমা दास कैन नगैन मोतिया गोरा पह न भजिया मैन धन हिलाए आमी प्रेम रतना धन हिलाए गोरा पह न भजी पैते नहीं राधा कृष्ण पैते नहीं मानी हरे पद सत्तरे सत्य करी मानी नितई नबी निताई नबी मुखे मजिल नरोत्तम वर दुखी नितई मरे नर सुखी नरोत्तम वर दुखी नितई मरे नर सुखी रख रंगा चरणे गवाए राख रंगा चरणे गवाए नितई मन मन कृष्ण तदीय पद पंकज पंजरांतम अद्वैव विशतु मे मानस राजहंस प्राण प्रयाण समयी कफवात विद्यौ कंठावरोधन विधौ स्मरणं कुतस्ते कृष्णात्तदीय पद पंकज पंजरांतम अद्वैव विशतु मे मानरश्च राजहंस प्राण प्रयाण समयी कफवात विद्धौ कंठावरोधन विधौ स्मरणं कुतस्ते वन्देऽहं
चन्द्रजिनी वदन उज्ज्वला गलादेशे बनमाला जलमाला शिवा सुखा नारदा प्रेम गदा गदा आरती का शोभा जगमान लोबा विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्ता स्वामीति नामिने सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे Saraswati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Kala Chanji Radha, Kala Chanji Radhe. Jaya Radha, Govinda Radha, Govinda Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath. Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Praladala Tadayine.
Praladala Tadayine.
Hiranyakashipu Shaha. Shilatanka Nakalaye. To Narsima Parato Narsima. Yato Yato Yami Tato Narsima. Pahe Narsima Hridaye Narsima. Narasimha Madem Sharanam Prabhate. Tava Kara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Shinga Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringa Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare. जगदीश हरे जय हो नरसिम्हादेव 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 जय नरसिम्हादेव जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव निताय गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौरा हरि बोल
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari Jaya Gopi Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Good evening, everybody. So, looks like we're supposed to read from 7.4 of the Bhagavad Gita today. My name is Nanda Brajadas. Jumping into Jishnu Prabhu. Jumping in. 7.4. Looks like we got 7.4. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Bhumirapo, let's do this to start. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Bhumirapo Nalavaya. Bhumirapo Nalavaya. Bhumirapo Nalavaya. Bhumirapo Nalavyoha. Kammano Badhirevacha. Kammano Badhirevacha. Kamamano Badhirevacha. Ankaritayami. Ahankara itam yami. Anyankaritiyamei. Bahina prakratir astadaha. Bahinya prakratir astadaha. Bahina prakratir astadaha. Bhumi, earth. Apya, water. Nala, fire. Nalaha, fire. Vayu, air. Kam, ether. Kam, ether. Manyaha, mind. Buddhihi, intelligence. Eva, certainly. Cha, and. Ahankara, false ego. Ahankara. Iti, thus. Ayam, all these. Me, my. Vahinya, separated. Prakritihi, energies. Astaraha, eightfold. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether these 8 constitute my separated material energies. Translation, again, by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada and purport. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether, these 8 constitute my separate material energies. Purport. The science of God analyzes the constitutional position of God and His diverse energies. Material nature is called Prakriti, or the energy of Lord, and His different Purusha incarnations, expansions, as described in the Sattva Tantra. Vinos tu trane rapni, Purusha kyayani atyo vidyuhu, ikamte matyaha srastrir, Divitam tiv anyan samhitam tritiyam sarva bhutam stam tani janatava vimanchati. For material creation, Lord Krishna's plenary expansions assumes 3 Vishnus. The first one, Mahavishnu, creates the total material energy known as Mahatattva. The second, Garbhodakshaya Vishnu, enters into the universe to create diversities in each of them. The third, Kshirodakshaya Vishnu, is diffused as the all-pervading supersoul in all universes and is known as Paramatma. He is present even within the atoms. Anyone who knows these three Vishnus can be liberated from material entanglement. The material world is temporarily manifested as one of the energies of the Lord. All the activities of the material world are directed by these three Vishnu expansions of Lord Krishna. These Purushas are called incarnations. Generally, one who does not know the science of God, Krishna, assumes that the material world is for the enjoyment of the living entities, and that the living entities are the Purushas, the causes, controllers, and enjoyers of the material energy. According to Bhagavad Gita, the atheistic conclusion is false. In the verse under discussion, it is stated that Krishna is the original cause of the material manifestation. Srimad Bhagavatam also confirms this. The ingredients of the material manifestations are separated energies of the Lord. Even the Brahma Jyoti, which is the ultimate goal of the impersonalists, is the spiritual energy manifested in the spiritual sky. There is no spiritual diversities in the Brahma Jyoti as there are in the Vaikuntha Lokas. And the impersonalist accepts this Brahma Jyoti as the ultimate goal, ultimate eternal goal. The Paramatma manifestation is also temporary, all-pervasive aspect of Kshirodakshaya Vishnu. Excuse me. The Paramatma manifestation is not eternal in the spiritual world. Therefore, the factual absolute truth is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. He is a complete energetic person, and he possesses different separated and internal energies. In the material energy, the principal manifestations are 8, as above mentioned. Out of these, the first 5 manifestations, namely earth, water, fire, air, and sky, are called the 5 gigantic creations or gross creations, within which the 5 sense objects are included. They are the manifestation of physical sound, touch, form, taste, and smell. Material science comprises these 10 items and nothing more. But the other 3 items, namely mind, intelligence, and false egos, are neglected by the materialists. Philosophers who deal with mental activities are also not perfect in knowledge because they do not know the ultimate source, Krishna. The false ego, I am, and it is mine, which constitutes the basic principle of material existence, includes 10 sense organs for material activities. Intelligence refers to the total material creation called the Mahatattva. Therefore, the 8 separated energy of the Lords are manifest the 24 elements of the material world, which are subject matter of Shankya atheistic philosophy. They are originally offshoots of Krishna's energy and are separated from him. But atheistic Shankya philosophers, with poor fund of knowledge, do not know Krishna as the cause of all causes. The subject matter for discussion in the Sankhya philosophy is only the manifestation of the external energy of Krishna, as described in the Bhagavad Gita. Om Yantimarandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakchuramilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Vanchekalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Banebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, welcome. Hare Krishna. Are you both familiar with the Bhagavad Gita? No. Okay. Yeah, you are a little bit? Oh, great. So every evening we speak from this Bhagavad Gita and we learn a little bit more about Krishna through it. And in this particular verse, in the purport, Krishna is talking about the different ways Krishna, or the Supreme Person, incarnates into the material world. And what I wanted to focus on a little bit on these different incarnations is his manifestation as, well, two of them. The manifestation of Kshirodaksvai Vishnu, which is the super soul, which is called or Paramatma, the super soul. And then also this aspect of Krishna incarnating within every atom in the material creation. So the Vedic literatures explain that Krishna is in has three main aspects he incarnates in or shows himself in. One being called the Brahma Jyoti, which means this is the energy which comes from Krishna and pervades the whole entire creation. You could look at this like a sun. So the sun, even though it's fixed up in the air, its energy is pervading the whole entire universe. And this is called the Brahma Jyoti. Or the next aspect is called Paramatma, or Super Soul. So this aspect is Krishna within the heart of every living entity. As a matter of fact, it even goes into every living atom. So you could look at this like if you looked up at the sun, so this is the disk of the sun. So it's pervasive and you could see it within the universe. Then the next aspect of his Lord is called Brahman, or his personal aspect. So who is this all coming from? Who is this energy, this all-pervasive energy coming from? It's coming from the Supreme Person, which we call Krishna. Krishna meaning the all-attractive. So what does all-attractive mean? So that means the person who has all beauty, all fame, all wealth, all intelligence, all renunciation, and all strength. So anybody who would have these all in full would be called Krishna, or the all-attractive one. Interestingly enough, you can see within religions the way that the religion in general reciprocates with God is in the name that they worship, you could say. Like for instance, in Islam, Allah, it means the all-powerful one. So you can see in the Islamic faith that they really have a relationship with God in this kind of form, that an all-powerful being. And so it's quite often an awe and reverence type of worship that they have. But what's unique about Hare Krishna and the way that we reciprocate with God is that we look at him as an all-attractive being. So with an all-attractive person, we want to know, well, what does he look like? What does he do? What is his famous activities? Well, how, if he's famous or if he's wealthy, what does that wealth look like? How does he distribute that wealth? How does he use it? So these different aspects. And so then you'll see around this temple all these different pastimes of Krishna. And this is him showing his activities. Like behind you, he's lifting what's called Govardhan Hill. It's in this picture right up here. And so in this picture right above you, yeah, I'm sorry, it might be a little bit... He's lifting Govardhan Hill, and he did this because it was raining for 7 days, just pouring. And I mean like even harder than a Dallas pour. In Dallas here we have some times where it rains really hard, right? Well, this is 7 days of the most voracious raining. And so what he did is he lifted up the mountain of Govardhan Hill on his left hand with his left pinky. And all of the villagers went underneath it and took shelter of the mountain so that they didn't get rained on. So you'll see that there's these different activities that show the attractiveness of Krishna. We're watching movies, right? We love to watch movies. We like to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on movies to see the attractiveness of the hero, right? He's really strong, or she's really strong. They're famous. Everybody throughout the world knows them and how they're going to save the day, right? Well, this is a reflection of our desire to know about somebody who's great. And that greatest person, the topmost person, is Krishna, the all-attractive. So in this purport, Srila Prabhupada is explaining that Krishna, though, he incarnates himself in different ways so that he can either attract the devotees or they're used in his, how should I say, used in his governing of the creation, you know. If you were God and you were the controller of everything, you had all wealth, all these things and stuff, what would you be doing? Would you be working at, would you be focusing on how to manage the world and how the things are going and stuff like that? Probably not. You'd probably be enjoying, right? Probably saying, what's the coolest roller coaster we ever made? Anyways, you can understand that God, with all his opulence, is not exactly, his goal isn't to manage things. It's to enjoy, not just enjoy with himself, but enjoy with his devotees. So what he does is he incarnates himself, or he empowers others to take care of the management of the world. So one way that he himself comes down and incarnates himself to help in the management of the world is he becomes present in every living entity's heart. And so it said this is called Paramatma, or super soul. So it's said in the Bhagavad Gita very early, it explains that we are not this body. Often we say, I have a soul. Or some people say there isn't no soul, and that, that's part of people's belief too. But what the Vedas explain is not that we have a soul, it's that we are the soul and we have a body. So throughout the lifetime of our life, we'll have a little baby body, and then we'll have, a small toddler body, and we'll go to youth, and we'll go to a young adulthood, and then we'll go to middle age, and then eventually we grow older, and then this body will be, it just won't sustain anymore, right? And so that's called death, right? The ending of the body. So what the Bhagavad Gita explains is, because we've transferred we've been in so many different bodies, but we are still remain us, at the time of death, although our body quits, we don't quit. The soul is transferred to another body or into the spiritual world, depending on our attitude or our consciousness, depending on what we've worked out through our life, as what our desires are. So there's some people that want so many material things and so many desires. They want to be powerful, they want to be rich, they want to be famous. Some people just want something simple, right? I just want to love my family, I just want to live comfortably, and I just want to, raise a nice family. But whatever that is, whatever your desires are and you're working towards, is what you're working to your next life. So for instance, when we go to college, we're not, just because we enter college doesn't mean we are a doctor. We're doing the work of college to become a doctor. So similar in this life, what we're doing is we're already getting the fruits of our past lives, and what we're doing is educating ourselves, you could say, for our next life. What are we going to do in our next life? But what the Bhagavad Gita is explaining is the most intelligent thing is to understand that this material world, although we can find some little happiness in it with some relationships in life, ultimately there's 4 things that we can't get rid of. And that is birth, death, old age, and disease. These things are always there, always present, and they suck. So we can make a nice situation in our life. We can have a nice house and we can have nice relationships. But these 4 things are always going to come and kick us in the you-know-what. And so what it's saying is Bhagavad Gita saying, well, we should understand that these 4 things are happening, and you know what? I don't want them. I always want to be happy. I want to be eternal. I want to be completely blissful all the time. So let's start to develop our life in a way that we can go in our next life to a place that's like that. That's completely blissful, that's completely eternal, and it's completely full of knowledge. And so this is where our relationship with the Supreme Person comes into play. When we start to relate with the Supreme Person, we start to understand His qualities. And by associating with His qualities, we automatically take them up. For instance, if you're a chiropractor and you go to chiropractor school and you hang out with other chiropractors, you're going to get you're going to learn from them about chiropractor. I'm mentioning this because my friend here, Dag, he's going to be a chiropractor in school. And he's also actually in a fraternity of chiropractors and stuff. And they associate with each other so that they can become better chiropractors, right? So, yeah. Right? They share, interests and things and share information, and they start taking up association with each other. So what the Bhagavad Gita is saying, this is very simple kind of, right? If you want to be successful, surround yourself with successful people, right? So what do you want to be successful with? Do you want to be a successful chiropractor? Then hang out with successful chiropractors. If you want to be a successful transcendentalist or spiritualist, then suggested is to hang out with successful transcendentalists and successful spiritual people. And so through the association of spiritual transcendental people, we start taking up those qualities. More and more we get interested in, tell me more about that spiritual life. Tell me more about the spiritual world. And then the heart starts to open up and starts to get excited about spiritual life. And the more and more we'll want to take it up. I mentioned earlier in here that I was going to speak about Super Soul, but I really haven't talked much about it. So maybe I'll just touch on it. So the point being is that through these experiences, through our desire to get in touch with the Supreme Person, He's within our heart. And us as the jiva or the atma or the soul, what we do is when we're interested in Krishna, we face Him. We turn to Him and say, hey, I'm interested in you. And so when we do that, He starts to help us in our life to bring us in touch with those things that can help introduce us better to Him, can help us understand Him more. So He starts to move things in a way that that relationship starts to grow more. However, the thing that I'm going to use the word tough. The tough thing is that because we're conditioned by millions of births to focus more on our material happiness, when we face Krishna, sometimes we have the tendency to put our back to Him again. Things are going well, things are going nice, I'm pretty happy. You know what? I'm interested in material things again. I want to make some money, I want to enjoy, in so many different ways. He says, it's okay, that's fine. So He starts to introduce us into ways that we can enjoy in that way. So Krishna's always helping us with our desires, whether it's with Him or not with Him. And as the soul, our quest is to eventually become unattractive to those material qualities and to always face Krishna and say, I'm interested in those spiritual qualities. So I've been speaking for a little bit. I could go on and talk, so on. But I'm wondering, is there any questions, comments, thoughts? Any questions? No? Okay. So, okay.
What do you just, I don't even know that part.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do when we are in a Krishna situation where we can't associate with the road? Right? But it would be almost like, it would almost be a disservice to be but we can't. Like I deal with that actually with chiropractic life.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I have to integrate. Actually, one of my Shiksha gurus would tell me, I need to stay in the positive.
Yes. Yes.
But at the same time, I really sometimes don't ever want to associate.
I was actually going to speak about something that has to do with this. So in this purport, Srila Prabhupada is explaining that Krishna is within every atom. So Krishna is actually everywhere. However, just like in Paramatma, we always have the chance to put our back to Him or face Him. So if we're facing Krishna and associating with Him and His devotees, then we can start to see that this is actually all energy, is all of this is made by Krishna. And then we start to understand how to use it in His pleasure. So chiropractic, anything within it, with your practice, the way that you think about it, all is Krishna's energy. However, you have the choice whether to face Krishna and start using that energy for his service. Meaning, what that means, let me explain what that means, because it can be kind of confusing. Service means to give without the desire to get back. So this is unconditional love in the fact that we want to serve somebody just to make them happy. We don't have in our back of the mind our little way out, like, ooh, 1 point for me, 1 point for you. No, we're only interested in giving points to the other person. Just give. And we hope that there's some reciprocation, right? But Krishna is reciprocating. Matter of fact, he's reciprocating all the time perfectly because we're turning our back and turning our face. So sometimes he's reciprocating because we're turning our back and wanting material things. So he gives us the opportunity. Okay, let me go back in more into so what I'm trying to say is that those are the times that we need to reach deep and to understand that whatever I'm doing can be a service to Krishna. And I'm doing it for him. And so through the association that I might not be getting at that time with devotees face to face, we can start thinking about the devotees, the association that we have that's inspiring us to take up spiritual life. So I think you mentioned Shiksha Guru. So your Shiksha Guru is giving you instructions. And he's telling you. So if you're going through a hard time, you can think about your Shiksha Guru's instructions and how to deal with things, right? That's association. So that association might not be face to face, but in our heart, if we're in our heart or in our mind, we're trying to remember the devotees that are giving us instructions on how to serve Krishna, then that association is non-different. For instance, Srila Prabhupada is giving us a whole Bhagavad Gita, giving so many instructions. And whenever we have the opportunity to live and work, if we can remember Srila Prabhupada, it's the same associating with him. So, our association sometimes, okay, another aspect is Krishna likes to bring us close and let us go. Bring us close and let us go. Bring us close and let us go. And it's a really nice exchange because every time Krishna lets us go, he's letting us have our free will. So he lets us go run out in the world, and when we're out in the material world and doing these things, we start hankering for Krishna more. This is part of his love. So you'll see so many stories in Krishna book and so many stories about Krishna, about how he interacts with his devotees and then he leaves. And actually it's said that the devotees are loving Krishna more when he's away, because they're hankering even more and more and more. When will I see Krishna? When will I be around him? When will I smell his hair? When will I see his smile? When will I see his beautiful cheeks? When will I see, we can go on forever, literally, about when can I see this about Krishna. So that desire gives them even more love for Krishna. So similarly, you're having my thought is that you're having this time you're away from devotees and from Krishna is your time to really be thinking about Krishna. I'm really looking forward to that next time that I can see you, that next time that I can be with you. And even that next time that you can see him, when you're thinking like that, will even be more exciting. And then you'll separate from him, and that love will even more increase, right? And the thing is that we have some experience with that, most of us, right? You know what that experience is? With our relationships with other people, right? Especially when we first fall in love with somebody and we're Twitter-pated, we're just like, oh my gosh, I can't stop. What am I going to, I'm going to take that person out to dinner, I'm going to buy them this, I'm going to do this. And the thing is that although that we're totally for relationships and we love relationships, the thing is the relationship with each other can't fulfill the relationship we have with the Supreme Person. So it doesn't live up to our complete desire. So after a while it becomes, how can I say, in some ways it becomes, I don't want to say old, because I've been with my wife for 19 years, and believe me, we have things coming up all the time. It's never old. But that first infatuation kind of dissipates, you know. It's like having a new car, and then the new car smell goes away and stuff like that. Okay, whoa. Are we saying that a relationship's like a new car? I'm not saying like that. I'm just kind of give kind of a little bit of understanding of how when we have examples of this infatuation, this immersion with love or service with somebody, and then after a while it kind of slows down and stuff like that, and our relationships mature in certain ways. The point is that relationship, that infatuation that we have, when it's with Krishna and we build it up, it goes higher and higher and higher and higher. So anyways, that's kind of my thoughts in that. Hare Krishna. Yeah. So much for coming. Thank you so much for coming. You have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you. Okay. That ends our class for today. Unless there's any other questions, comments, concerns, corrections? No? Okay. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Gaura Pramanande. Hari Hari Bo.
Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 2, Chapter 10, Text number 11. Tashu avatsit svashishtasu sahasram parivatsaran tena narayano nama yad apaha purushotbhavaha Tashvavatsit svavshristasu sahasram parivatsaran tena narayano nama yad apaha purushotbhava avatsit resided. Sva, own. Sristasu, in the matter of creation. Sahasram, 1,000. Parivatsaran, years of his measurement. Tena, for that reason. Narayana, the personality of Godhead named Narayana. Nama, name. Yat, because. Apaha, water. Purusho bhavaha, emanated from the Supreme Person. Translation. That Supreme Person is not impersonal, and therefore is distinctively a Nara or person. Therefore, the transcendental water created from the Supreme Nara is known as Nara, and because he lies down on that water, he is known as Narayana. There's no purport, so we'll read the next text also. Dravyam karma chakalascha svabhavo jiva evacha yad anugrahata santi na santi yad upekshaya. You can repeat the words. Dravyam, physical elements. Karma, action. Cha, and. Kalaha, time. Cha, also. Svabhava jiva, the living entities. Eva, certainly. Cha, also. Yat, whose. Anugrahata, by the mercy of. Santi, exist. Na, does not. Santi, exist. Yat upekshaya, by negligence. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. One should definitely know that all material ingredients, activities, time, and modes, and the living entities who are meant to enjoy them all, exist by His mercy only. And as soon as He does not care for them, everything becomes non-existent. Purport by Prabhupada. The living entities are the enjoyers of the material ingredients, time, modes, etc., because they want to lord it over the material nature. The Lord is the supreme enjoyer, and the living entities are meant to assist the Lord in His enjoyment, and thus participate in the transcendental enjoyment of everyone. The enjoyer and the enjoyed both participate in enjoyment, but deluded by the illusory energy, the living entities want to become the enjoyer, like the Lord, although they are not meant for such enjoyment. The jivas, the living entities, are mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita as the Lord's superior nature or para prakriti, and so also it is mentioned in the Vishnu Purana. Therefore the living entities are never the Purushas, or the factual enjoyers. As such, the spirit of enjoyment by the living entity in the material world is false. In the spiritual world, the living entities are pure in nature, and therefore they are associates in the enjoyment of the Supreme Lord. In the material world, the spirit of enjoyment of the living entities, by dint of their own actions, karma, gradually fades by the laws of nature, and thus the illusory energy dictates in the ears of the conditioned souls that they should become one with the Lord. This is the last snare of the illusory energy. When the last illusion is also cleared off by the mercy of the Lord, the living entity again becomes reinstated in his original position, and thus becomes actually liberated. For this attainment of liberation from the material clutches, the Lord creates the material world, maintains it for some time, 1,000 years of His measurement, as stated in the previous verse, and then again annihilates it by His will. The living entities are therefore completely dependent on the mercy of the Lord, and all their so-called enjoyments, by scientific improvement, are crushed into dust when the Lord when the Lord desires. So these two texts give us, along with Srila Prabhupada's purport, a very complete picture of our present condition. And everything begins with the beginning, Adi. What is that Adi, as it is described in Brahma Samhita? Govindam Adi Purusham. Govindam Adi Purusham. Purusha means a person, an enjoyer. Param Purusha is a supreme person or a supreme enjoyer. Param Bhavam. In the Bhagavad Gita we find Arjuna describing Krishna. Param Brahma, Param Dhamma, Purusham. Param Brahma, He's the Supreme Spirit. Param Dhamma, He is the supreme abode, or shelter, or rest. Param Brahma, Param Dhamma. Then Purusham, He's the Supreme Person. And this is very significant, because generally it is considered that person means limitation. When we understand the word person in terms of ourselves, naturally we think in terms of limitations. You sit there and I sit here, and I cannot understand what is in your mind, and you cannot understand what is in my mind. And each one of us is affected by the conditions in which we live. We're affected by time. We're affected by the modes of nature, whether they be passion, ignorance, or goodness. We are not self-sufficient. So in every respect, we are dependent persons. And even our personality appears at least to be not permanent. For example, when we go to sleep at night, we forget who we are. We forget our personalities, and we dream, imagine so many other things about our existence. And when we go to sleep at the time of death, which is like an extended form of sleep, again, we forget our personalities. So much so that when we again wake up and take our next birth, we wake up as different persons. At least it seems so. Now we have this personality, born in a certain country, born of a certain gender, born of a certain race, and we believe in this form of existence. And yet we know that before our birth, that person didn't exist, and after this birth, that person will cease to exist. So even our personalities appear to be bound by time. Now, therefore, when we hear that God is described as a person, we immediately react, and usually in a negative way, thinking that how can this be? How can that entity, which is supposed to be beyond conditions, beyond limitations, how can we again assign personality to such a being? And very often, in fact, it's considered that this is a lesser type of religious philosophy if we are going to assign personality to God. The present tendency amongst theologians is to describe God which is impersonal. And that's true both in Western theology, and it is true in Eastern theology. Hindus, for example, when they hear the word Brahman, they don't think in terms of personality. They think in terms of impersonality, impersonalism. Brahman has no form. Nirvishesha. This Nirakar and Sakar. Nirakar means without form. And so normally persons think of God without any form. And all pervasive. And so if I want to meditate on God, then I might as well meditate on myself, because I'm a part of God. And what is my goal? To liberate my false conception of myself as a person, to get free from that, to do away with personality, and to become one with the impersonal Brahman. So, this text that we have read today states the Supreme Brahman, the Supreme Person, is not impersonal. That means that the Supreme Person has will, because along with personality comes will. And that implies that there is some sort of meaning. If we accept that that Supreme Person is also the Creator, then there is a will. His creation is an expression, or the creation is an expression of His will, which immediately means that there's some design within it. And in fact, when we look at the creation, we see that there is some design. So, there's will, there's organization. There are all of the features which naturally arise when a person is involved. And it mentions here that this person is intimately connected with all persons. How? By the definition of enjoyment. Sometimes it is said that what moves everyone is the desire to enjoy. If you consider this definition of what is our nature, what has brought us here today, the mood of enjoyment. We felt that we will, even on a most simple level, I will enjoy coming to the temple, hearing some nice kirtan, seeing the beautiful deity. We can't get free from the mood of enjoyment. Or if we didn't come, I will enjoy sleeping in. Saturday morning I don't have to go to work. Right? So I will enjoy on that level. Or whatever it may be, whatever people look forward to doing on Saturday, at the heart of it is the idea of enjoying. And there's a reason for this. And that reason is that another definition of the word Purusha is enjoyer. That God is the supreme enjoyer. And any tendency which may be found within us has its origin in God. But there is a problem with this. And that problem is described by Prabhupada in the purport. Namely, that our ability to enjoy is restricted or limited. And it is this limitation which constantly causes frustration. We are never satisfied. We are constantly looking for ever new forms of enjoyment without ever finding complete satisfaction. Now we should search out what is the cause. One cause is that as long as the source of enjoyment is outside of ourself, it means that we're incomplete. We don't find, for example, that God is a dissatisfied enjoyer. Why? Because He is complete. The Ishopanishad describes Him, Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam. He's Purnam, He's complete in every respect. And what is the sign of His completeness? As many complete units as may emanate from Him, He remains a complete whole. Why? Because He has unlimited energies. These energies make God complete. When we speak of God, or when we speak of anyone who is complete, or it means self-sufficient. It means he doesn't require anything outside of himself for satisfaction. And this is a definition of God. He has all of the energies. He's complete because He has unlimited energies which assist or serve Him. And because they are actually connected to him or part of him, we don't consider them separate from him. One of his energies is called, when we say, Hare. This is the energy of the Lord. We chant Hare Krishna. Now, that Hare is not separate from Krishna, although appearing to be. The form of Krishna we see here in the deity. And the form of Hare we also see here in the form of Radha. But Radha and Krishna are actually, although appearing to be two, they're inseparable. They're inseparable. By dint of their spiritual nature, they are inseparable. Whenever there's Krishna, there's always Radha. Whenever there's Krishna, there's always Hare. But our condition is that we are separated living entities. We have separated ourselves completely. This Krishna, he's complete. He's full. He has not only Radha, but as we can see in this picture, he has unlimited Shaktis. And all of them, by nature, are supplying him pleasure or enjoyment. We don't have that. A man gets married to a woman. Why? Because of being incomplete. He tries to find an energy to give him some satisfaction. Or you can say the other way, a woman is incomplete. Why does she get married? To complete herself, by getting some energy to satisfy her. And children are incomplete, and so they call to their mother to be satisfied. And parents are incomplete, and therefore they have children to become satisfied. And a shopkeeper is incomplete and requires a customer. And it goes on and on and on. We are described as separated living entities. And we're always looking for that which will complete us. But Krishna doesn't have that need, because he has completely everything. But we don't. We don't. Therefore, we are not God. We are jivas. And this is one of the first principles to understand. We are not God. We are called parts and parcels of God. But we are not God. We cannot be an enjoyer, or we cannot be satisfied, no matter how many things we try to attain to become complete with. It doesn't work. In the purport, Prabhupada, he says that in the material world, the spirit of enjoyment of the living entities, by dint of their own actions, karma, gradually fades by the laws of nature. That means every attempt we make to enjoy gradually fails. Even our own bodies fail us. And everything connected around us that we try to connect fails us. And that is the history of every living being. Failing and failing and failing to attain satisfaction. And therefore, what is the ultimate snare? And thus the illusory energy dictates in the ears of the conditioned souls that they should become one with the Lord. Finally, we consider that our problem is, now I understand, I can't be satisfied on my own. Let me become one with God. But this is also called an illusion. This is also called a failure. It's described that even if one should succeed temporarily in merging one's own existence with the existence of God, one will fall away from that condition and again become separate. One will fall down from that type of realization or understanding, because it's not our natural condition. Then what is our natural condition? Because that is the whole purpose of all of this, of these verses. It's to try to describe what is our natural condition. If it's not to hold on to something in this world or someone in this world, if it's not to become merged and become one with God, what is it that will make us satisfied, which will bring us to our normal condition? Then it's described here. When the last illusion is also cleared off by the mercy of the Lord, the living entity again becomes reinstated in his original position and thus becomes actually liberated. Now, what is that? For this attainment of liberation from the material clutches, the Lord creates the material world, maintains it for some time, 1,000 years, and then again annihilates it by His will. And what is that original condition that we're looking forward to? The living entities are completely dependent on the mercy of the Lord, and all of their so-called enjoyments by scientific improvement are crushed into dust when the Lord desires. But the point is that Prabhupada explains that the happiness that the living entity is looking forward to is becoming, again, connected with the Lord in a proper relationship. As servant to the Lord. This is how we will actually find our happiness, by being servants. Why? Because we're not constituted to be enjoyers or masters. The lesson that all of this is meant to teach us is you cannot be happy as long as you try to be a lord. And everyone is trying to be a lord. The whole world is nothing but that. People competing. Individuals. Why only people? Animals competing. Why only animals? Plants. Living entities of the smallest degree. As it said, hard struggle for existence. Survival of the fittest. There's huge battle going on to try and survive or to try and get ahead. And when you give up that type of madness and finally come to the point of surrendering and not struggling for that selfish type of getting ahead, then you come to the point of surrendering to God. And that surrender to God comes in the mood of service to God. And when we take up that service to God, then we find ourselves becoming happy. We find ourselves feeling relief. Because this is our nature, to be a servant of God. So that service to God is revived in the beginning in association with the devotees of God. And we see that they're happy. Why? They're not aspiring for anything in this material world. Here it's mentioned that material ingredients, activities, time, modes, all of these are creations of the Lord. Material ingredients, that means earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, ego, the different senses, the sense objects. These are all different creations of the Lord. Activities, karma, come about when the senses come into contact with the sense objects. Time, the passage from past to present to future, so that the activities can take place. These are all the creations of the Lord. The modes of nature, the material energy, which is shaped in three modes: goodness, passion, ignorance. It influences actions in three different ways. All of this is the arrangement of the Lord. And the living entities, they're also the creation of the Lord. But they're not like the other part of the creation. They're para-prakriti. They're superior energy. These other things are not para-prakriti. Material ingredients like earth and water, they're dull and inert, just like this microphone. It has no will of its own. It has no life of its own. This table has no life of its own. Even this body has no life of its own. But there's something superior in this body, which has will, which has intelligence. And that's para-prakriti, that's superior energy, because that's part of the Lord's own internal nature. But this material energy is external to the Lord's material nature. It is a material aspect of His energy. So we, the living entities, we are bound up in a body and bound up in the world since we cannot even remember how long it is going on. Birth after birth after birth after birth. And we constantly misidentify our happiness with this material world. I will become happy here. I will get married. I will make a family. I will get a house. I will get a car. I will get a job to pay for all of these things. And I will find happiness here. And that is a big dream. That is simply a dream. It has never made anyone happy. Not permanently happy. No dying person can ever look back and think, now, I'm totally satisfied. They don't. It doesn't happen that way. They cry, and the relatives cry at the time of death. Because it doesn't work that way. Because the superior energy, the living entity, wants something more permanent. Something that will sustain longer than 20, 30, or 50 years. Therefore, we are recommended to find out that thing which is permanent and to connect with that thing. And that's God. And that thing is not a thing, but a person. And persons are not connected to except through personal relationships. And so the whole point of spiritual life is to develop a personal relationship. You are a person. God is a person. But you are an infinitesimal, small, dependent person, and God is a complete and supreme being. And yet, He contains Himself. He controls His energies. He voluntarily appears to limit Himself so that He appears to be a person with whom we can have a normal relationship. That is the beauty of Krishna. That He maintains that medium position. And the Brahma Samhita is described, He's of medium size. It doesn't mean 5'9". When it says medium size, it's not talking about that type of measurement. It's talking about the fact that He does not become smaller than the smallest. He does not become greater than the greatest. Although God is smaller than the smallest. In His feature as Paramatma, He's so small as the Supersoul that He can enter into the atom. And as the Virat Rup, as the universal form, He includes everything, all the planets within Him. But Krishna says, as my original being, as I am in my original form, I'm medium size. I'm in between Paramatma and that supreme, Virat Rup sized form. Why? So that we can have a normal relationship with Krishna. And the relationships of this world give us some indication of what the relationships with God are like. As there are lovers here, or husbands and wives here. Yes, so you can have such a relationship with Krishna. As there are parents and children here, so you can have such a relationship with Krishna. As there are friends here, so you can have such a relationship with Krishna.
Thank you.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivastava Gaura Bhaktivinoda Shri Krishna